Hello. How's it going? I'm glad it turned out to be a more convenient time for you. I should probably do these more frequently at an earlier time in the day than I do, but just trying to make them happen at a time when people are mostly home from school or work or what have you. It's hard to time that right for people in the Western Hemisphere and elsewhere as well. Yeah, still pretty late, I guess. Hello, evil industrialist and cosmonaut Mano. Oh, well, sorry your drawing class fell through, but glad to have you here. Just starting to clean up a thumbnail drawing from earlier that I did for one of the Patron War drawings. It's quite a mess right now, so bear with me a little bit. How's it going for me today? Okay. I just came inside from doing some yard work and running some errands. And now it's time to just sit down and draw. Hello, Macklar. Taking a very brief trip home this weekend to see my family. They're out in Massachusetts. I generally only see them once or twice a year. That's Sebastian. What do you want? So Vera asks, what do you intend to do after the story is finished? Side stories or anything of the sort, or are you just not sure yet? Yeah, I'm not sure yet. That's at least a few years out still. So that at least a couple more volumes to go before I finish out what I have planned. There's definitely enough, backstory material, I feel like, that I could delve into some of the character backstories as, short side comics or something. But I'm not sure where I'll be at artistically at that point, if I'm going to just want to move on to something new and different, or if I don't want to let go of those characters yet, then I might do something like that. I don't know. He figured it out, yeah. Spoilers, they're all robot ghosts, it turns out. How was Comic-Con? Comic-Con was nutty, like it always is, and exhausting. It was really awesome to meet people who are familiar with the comic there. That's really always a very cool thing, and lots of great people came by and chatted with me about comics and art and things. I signed a heck of a lot of books and did a lot of drawings and got about 2 hours of sleep a night. And by the end of it, I was pretty wiped out, but it was good overall. It's been a while since I've been on the convention scene, so kind of threw myself back in there. By way of the most grandiose convention of all. Mordecai's cookbook, how to make a killer dinner with symmetric components. Sounds like something Hannibal Lecter would do. Mackler says, I wish I could have been there to meet you. Ah, well, I will be doing more conventions next year if you're planning on attending any. I'll be out there kind of promoting the second volume, hopefully, barring any disasters that prevent me from getting it done on schedule and printed. But I intend to be more active in the convention arena. 2016, so probably mostly West Coast conventions, but we'll see what else I can fit in. TCAF is not one of the ones that was on my list, but I was thinking I might do probably Anime Expo, possibly Dragon Con, possibly Heroes Con, possibly Anthrocon, possibly New York Comic Con. There's a bunch of them on my list right now that I'm kind of considering, and maybe WonderCon. I don't know yet. It's a little tricky because I live in St. Louis, and all the really big conventions are elsewhere. I have been to some of the Midwest conventions before, but sometimes with regrettable results that kind of made me shy away from those for a while. I'm not sure if I was hitting the kind of conventions that really, where the audience is really, like, I don't know, interested in the kind of stuff I do, so. There tends to be a slightly different slightly different convention cultures depending on what sort of convention you're going to and where it is, which was something that caught me a little off guard way back when I first started doing conventions. Hi, Matt. How you doing? Welcome, Onhai, is that right? I guess you must be in Europe as well. Matt says, I've given up feeling emotions in place of preparing for college. Oh. Where are you looking to go to school? Mackler says, which cat is the most fun to draw, Tracy? It depends on... it depends on the mood I'm in and what the cat is doing. Probably the most fun of all is, like, consistently is drawing Little Freckle and Little Rocky. They make such goofy faces. And they're so compact. But yeah, I mean, I have fun drawing all of them, doing almost anything. Isle of Wight. Oh, nice. University of North Georgia. So is this your first year going there, or are you just heading back now that summer break is over? Welcome, Folk Cadet. Actually, I'm not sure if I'm even pronouncing that name right. I have a pretty bad tendency to mangle everybody's usernames. So feel free to correct me. Sorry you have to go, Matt. Good luck with the college prep, and I'll put this up on, unless something goes technically wrong, I'll put it up on YouTube later if you want to watch it. Thanks for dropping by. Hope your stress levels let up a bit once you get settled into school. The program I am using is Photoshop CS5. I keep meaning to upgrade to Creative Cloud, and I still haven't done it. I don't really want to shell out the monthly payment to Adobe after already paying so much for the standalone software, but I'm gonna have to do it eventually. Evil Industrialist says CC is nice for what it's worth, but cries out for an SSD dedicated scratch disk. Yeah. Adobe products have always been pretty demanding in that in that way. Mini Selena says, so I had this weird thought of the cats grooming their tails with brushes, assuming that normal cat grooming would be somewhat frowned upon. Yeah, I don't picture them licking themselves, but I don't necessarily picture them doing things that are, I don't know, like grooming their cat fur so much as just cleaning, like taking showers and things in the way a person would. I guess I don't take the cat thing so literally as that. The tails are there for, I don't know, emotional emphasis and visual flourish, but they don't seem to pay them any mind in the context of a comic, almost as if they're only there in the abstract. So I guess the answer to what would the lackadaisy cats ever be caught licking themselves, and what would the social stigma of that be? I guess the answer to that would be, it would be the same as whatever the social stigma of you licking yourself in public would be. I guess there's probably some situations where it wouldn't be that abnormal, but in most public places, I would think that you'd be stared at. Welcome, Koi Pondering. Sailor X2 says, still, if I was covered in fur, I'd hate summer even more here in the Midwest. Yeah, Midwest summer would be pretty miserable for actually, I can attest that my cat Luca is pretty unhappy through the summer months with his giant Maine Coon fur coat. He's definitely built for cold weather. And I've toyed with the idea of getting him a so-called lion cut. It might make him happier, but I'd have to find a way to do it on my own. He's the most averse to visiting the vet that I've ever, I think after his, he's the cat who I found who had, I don't know if any of you followed my DeviantArt journal at any point, but he's the cat who had the facial injuries, and after all of his numerous surgeries and vet appointments to put his head back together, he is very terrified of the vet, and trying to bring him there results in a mess of bodily fluids in the car, so I try not to put him through that torture. If I can avoid it anymore. They'd have to carry lint rollers around with them. Yeah, it'd be terrible. Wearing black would just be impossible. They don't have to have those plastic coverings on their furniture. Keep the cat hair off of it. You can have your couch vacuum sealed in plastic. Like you used to see in the 80s or so. Yeah, the grandma plastic cover. What's the point of having a couch if you can't enjoy it and be comfortable on it? I just never understood that. The couch is for looking at, not for sitting on. Koi Pondering says, I have to tell you, I'm so envious that you're able to hold these chats. I was on chat for the first time ever a week ago. My listeners got to discover that I meow back to my cats. Possibly the most embarrassing thing ever. I have been known to do things like that, or just have conversations with them, but try not to do that when I'm here live streaming. I guess my self-consciousness has so far spared me from that. But actually, Sebastian was in here earlier and whining at me, and I was talking to him, so I guess that's not quite true. I'm sure your listeners could relate, though. I think we all talk to our pets. Evil Industrialist says you could armor all your couch and slide the cats back and forth like air hockey. Bill the Artist says, you have a window open because I can hear the bugs outside. I actually don't have a window open, but I have very old windows that allow a lot of noise through. The house is about 115 years old now, and the windows are the original windows. So you can hear the Missouri cicada cacophony outside. Sorry about that. It's an unavoidable, indelible part of August in St. Louis. They're if you go outside, they're actually quite deafening right now. So. Bill says you live in the country, I take it? No, I live in the suburbs. I'm about maybe a 6 or 7 minute drive from the city. And about maybe a 30-minute drive to anything that resembles a country, but the cicadas are numerous nevertheless. They don't really... I have a lot of big trees in the neighborhood. It's an old neighborhood, so there's lots of big elms and cottonwoods and things like that around, big oak trees. Threatening to fall on your house every time a big thunderstorm comes through here. But they're nice for the shade and everything, but they're also full of bugs. So. Oh, I used to live in North Carolina. Pretty countryside out there. Sailor X2 says, how would bald breeds or short-legged breeds of cat be like in the Lackaverse anyway? Pretty much like any of the other characters, only without fur and or with short legs. Just, they aren't really, I don't know, I don't think of the cats in the comics so much as specific breeds. They're just like, I don't know, I make these just mental associations between fur colors and fur patterns and eye shapes and head shapes and other feline features that and different like personality traits. And so anytime I'm trying to think of a character, I'm really just like putting myriad feline features together to make them, and not really thinking, oh well, this cat is a Bombay, or this cat is a Russian blue. It's more like, well, this cat has a sleek and slinky nature, so I'm going to make him look like a, sleek cat with big ears and angular cheekbones or something. Own High says, did you know cats tend not to chat to other cats? The meows and merps are for us only. They are trying to communicate with us on our terms. Yeah, there's been some, I've seen some articles floating around lately about that sort of thing. It's definitely true that cats don't, aside from mothers meowing to their kittens and kittens meowing back, cats tend not to meow at each other in the way they do it at people. It's kind of a learned thing that they do because they kind of catch on that that's how they can get our attention. So yeah, they say that cats will tend to establish their own language between themselves and their owner. That perhaps only the two of you can truly understand. Which is cute and a nice thought, but I think it's also kind of that some of those traits you get when you domesticate an animal are that they tend to remain sort of in a perpetual state of they remain juvenile, basically. So that's why adult dogs will behave basically like a puppy would in the wild, in like a wolf pack or something. A puppy would do the things that a grown dog would do. And you get all these certain like features and both physical characteristics and behavioral features that when you domesticate an animal that are very puppy and kitten-like. I think it's almost like one of the things that endears them to us, I guess, and makes us want to continue to care for them is their perpetual, be a baby forever, and then we'll continue to love you. So. It's really interesting if you you look up some information about like the this Russian experiment with foxes that they did, where it took only a few generations to basically domesticate them and get them breeding just the foxes that were naturally, basically they took over this fur farm. It was once a fur farm, and I don't know if it was defunct or whatever, but researchers started just breeding the foxes together that were amenable to human contact just by nature. And as after just a few generations of doing this, they started getting these foxes that had floppy ears and patches of white, sort of like the piebald coloration we see in dogs and cats and horses and cows. And it's almost like a mark of an animal that's been domesticated, something you tend not to see in the wild. Those traits that we really associate with, their tails would start curling, and all these things that we associate with like a puppy dog would just start showing up in these foxes after just a few generations of breeding for friendliness. I'm off on a totally weird tangent right now, but it's really interesting stuff if you want to look it up. I don't know if that sort of like evolutionary stuff interests anyone here, but Spiny Flower Mantis says, I'm here, sickly and dying, but here. Sorry to hear you're sick. Hope you feel better soon. Andy Death says, if we're cute, they give us stuff. I guess that's the... I hate to ascribe logic to evolution, because it's not really how it works, but kind of the evolutionary logic to it is that, the advantage to it is that, yeah, they remain cute and lovable as for all the baby features they retain. And maybe that's why cats bring us their kills as well, because we seem cute to them, cute and vulnerable, and we seem like we can't take care of ourselves, so we have to leave a decapitated mouse on the doorstep for us. Mackler says, it has been proven true that cats don't recognize us as different species. They think we're just big, dumb, naked cats. Dogs actually recognize us as different beings. Is there some study that indicates that this is the case? I mean, I not that I am truly questioning that. I think it's... I don't know that cats even have a concept of, any kind of like quantifiable concept or measurable concept of different species, but aside from, I don't know, whatever they use scent to tell them, but if there's some research behind that, I'd love to see it, just out of curiosity. Aren't we all just big, dumb, naked cats, though? I mean, when you get right down to it. Minnie says, have you ever looked other folks' designs and thought they'd make good lackadaisy cats? Do you mean other people or other character designs? Yeah, I guess, I don't know, in the back of my mind I'm always kind of like looking at people watching and kind of like taking account of different features and things that I find interesting, and considering how I might translate that to a feature drawn in my own style. Thanks, Macklar. I will read that later. You are just a big giant dumb cat. Just as I've suspected all along. Evil Industrialist says, I just like that cats seem to have spontaneously self-domesticated in the distant past. Yeah, it does seem to have been more of a decision on the cat's part than perhaps with dogs. But certainly the need for, as soon as humans started becoming very agricultural, the need for cats became pretty apparent. If you ever try to store grain or anything like that, then you're going to have a mouse problem, and where you have a mouse problem, you will find felines. So. But I kind of like that cats kind of dance the line between being domestic and being feral. Like, they can, not that I would recommend like just letting your cat go and become feral, but they tend to do a pretty decent job of resuming old, or should I say indelible, instinctual behaviors, like hunting for their food and stuff, if they are left to their own devices. So. Crazy Piano Man says, I feel like I'm back at my fiance's archaeology conference. They had several discussions about the origins of domesticated dogs, animals, plants, etc. Very interesting. Yeah, cool. Feel free to change the subject, though, if I'm boring you guys with this stuff. When I went to college, it was for biology, and not for art, as I had wanted art, but biology's always been a big interest of mine. I enjoy things like anatomy and evolution and endocrinology and such. So even taxonomy is interesting. Sorry, that's Luca. What? Koi Pondering says, I learned a very odd fact. Chickens are good at chasing off mice. Really? That's interesting. I guess it makes sense in that, I don't know, in protecting their roost or something. From the likes of like rats, who would probably love to have egg for dinner. Sailor X2 says, how much historical research do you do for this anyway? Oh, all. I do research all the time. It's an ongoing, constant thing. Every single comic page has like a series of things that require looking into to make sure. And even when I do that, I still miss things and get things wrong and stuff. Like occasionally I forget to look up a turn of phrase or some other thing that I didn't even realize would have been done or said or designed differently in the 20s than now. But Yeah, there's a elevator in the one of the upcoming updates, and just had to do a bit of research to figure out how those looked and worked in the 20s, and everything from like starting a car to making a phone call, or the clothing the characters wear, or the style of furniture that was available at the time. Just everything. Everything requires research. So the answer to that is lots. The fifth astronaut. Hello. Did I say taxidermy before? I meant taxonomy. I've been looking at that crap taxidermy Twitter account too much, I guess, lately. If you need a good laugh, by the way, look up crap taxidermy. Owen High says, there was a cool UK program called The Secret Life of Cats where they put GPS collars and cameras on a group of cats in this village. Some interesting stuff. Oh yeah, I have actually seen that. It's very cool. In fact, I think at some point I shared a link of that with Evil Industrialist here, because I thought it was quite interesting. They were kind of tracking this sort of the territory scales of different cats in this little UK village, and figuring out how far they travel on a daily basis, and found that they basically make the same rounds of their established territory every single day. They'll just kind of walk the perimeter of their territory and run their little patrol, and have their little spats and encounters with other invading cats and such along the way. It's pretty interesting. They keep themselves busy. Spiny Flower Mantis says 1920s elevators sound like a death trap. Yeah, I mean, there's still some of them in use today. They're not that, I mean, the as long as they're kept up, the technology is perfectly usable and sound. It's just but certainly like we didn't have the same safety standards then as we do now. But I mean, even nowadays, things can be, like, escalators and things can be terrifying. Like, I don't know if you guys saw a couple weeks ago, the footage of the woman who, I think it was China, who got killed by a escalator, confirming all of our childhood terror of escalators was perfectly founded. Crazy Piano Man says, you mentioned earlier you live in a 100-plus-year-old house. Do you find that influences your art? Oh yeah, quite a bit. In fact, the reason I think I started down this road of doing a comic set in the 20s was because of this house. It was after I had bought this house that I started getting real interested in the history of it, and the history of the neighborhood, and then the history of St. Louis in general, and all that stuff, that I kind of started discovering things about St. Louis that, even though I'd lived here a while already, I didn't know. And so that kind of led directly to wanting to kind of like tell a story about a historical St. Louis. So yeah, absolutely. And it still keeps me interested today. I still like to read things about old architecture and house styles, and I just walk around my neighborhood and look at the old houses around here and wonder who lived there 100 years ago and what the street looked like at that time. And when there were horses and carriages around here instead of cars. Evil Industrialist says the Otis safety elevator made them practical. Yeah, I was actually, a lot of the videos that I was finding for reference were Otis elevators that are still in operation. There's one in Rhode Island that currently is still in use. That was like built in, I don't know, it was 1915 or so, and a few other places as well. Where you can still find an Otis elevator running. Mackler says, I looked up bad taxidermy and oh my god, someone had their cat done and it's terrifying. Yeah, specifically, I think, pretty much taxidermy is always kind of unsettling, but if not downright comedic, but crap taxidermy on Twitter just has this commentary that goes along with the taxidermy abominations that is just like, has me in tears sometimes. It's so funny. Sorry, there's a cat munching on crunchies in the background, so if you hear munching, that's my cat. Sailor X2 says, you're around St. Louis, right? Did you hear about the building collapse today, right by Eads Bridge, I think? Actually, no, I did not. I'll have to look that up. I haven't been paying attention to the news today yet. Been doing yard work and running errands and haven't turned the TV on or checked my usual news feeds, but that's not good. Not altogether surprising, though, either, considering the age of some of the old factory buildings and stuff out there. And in fact, there's some slimy, I don't really know what happened, but there's some slimy real estate stuff that goes on out there where these places will buy up properties on the cheap under the and give the impression that they're going to, because they, like, I don't know, are supposed to renovate and flip it around and restore it, and then instead of doing that, they just like poke holes in the roof and bash the windows out, and then when the weather destroys the building and it inevitably falls apart, they wrangle the bricks and sell them and make a profit on some cheaply bought property and did nothing of what they were supposed to do. So yeah, there's lots of buildings falling down in St. Louis. And lots that have just completely fallen down, like parts of North St. Louis and stuff you can drive through, and you'll just see like these blocks and blocks that are just, it's all just grass and maybe like one or two old row houses still standing, but they look so, I mean, they're meant to be built right next to each other, and so they look very solitary, and I don't know, the pathos just emanates from them because they once had so many houses surrounding them and they've all just collapsed to the ground and been demolished and destroyed, and it's kind of sad. Yeah, Oh Nice has 100 years. One of my local pubs was established in the 1600s. Yeah, in the United States, our version of old and the UK version of old are two different things. You can find, like, I stayed in a hotel that was built in like the late early 1700s in New Orleans, back when it was it was something that was built when it was still a colonial French colony, but yeah, I mean, in the U.S., you get a few buildings here and there pre-revolution, and then after that, it's like the oldest stuff you tend to find is usually built in the 1800s or so. He got scared of the... Macklar says, I remember on a trip my class took to St. Louis, this one guy I know got so scared in the Gateway Arch he started crying. Was he afraid of heights or something? Or, oh, the elevators are very claustrophobic, so I guess I could see how it could be unnerving to be in there. The elevator is kind of a feat of engineering, since it has to go up a arch-shaped passageway, so it's but it requires you to kind of climb into a little bubble with multiple people, and it's very, even for the non-claustrophobic, I'm not claustrophobic, and I was uncomfortable in those elevators, so I can certainly see. Someone who maybe had a pre-existing phobia of that would be extremely unhappy about being in there. Ragark says, well, the house I'm living at right now says 1897 on a stone mark, and the hotel I work at is from the 1700s. That's very cool. Are you, I guess, I don't know, maybe the old architecture isn't so striking when you live in England or the UK in general, because it's probably everywhere, but it's a little bit more of a novelty here, I guess, where most of the houses are in this area, probably built in the 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s. That's when this area really got built up, so. But you can find these little, like, enclaves of houses and things in, like, this little historic district here that I'm in, that just have a completely different look and feel to them that I really like a lot better than the modern sea of beige and gray vinyl siding that you see everywhere else. Macklar says he cried because it was windy and the arch was swaying and he thought it would fall over. Oh, yeah, I guess that would be pretty unnerving. Spiny Flower Manta says, my house was built in the 90s and it's literally falling apart. Yeah, I guess, like Onhai says, they don't build them like they used to. Actually, I rented a brand new house before I bought this one. I was leasing a house, and it was brand new. I was the first person living there, and it had all kinds of problems. The sewer line out of the house like collapsed like months after we moved in. That was a terrible, terrible mess. It required the whole yard to be dug up, and then we had problems with like shingles falling off the roof and stuff. And I mean, not that an old house isn't its own set of problems, but at least when something breaks, you kind of expected that to happen. You're like, yeah, well, it was 80 years old, so. Ragark says, my mom used to work in an office in a very tall skyscraper, and the thing had anti-seismic base, and the thing used to move from side to side. Yeah, that'd be something. I've been on bridges like that, but I don't think I've ever been in a building like that. But I guess as uncomfortable as that would be thankful for it if in an earthquake when it managed to not fall to pieces. Sorry about the bugs. I didn't realize they'd be that, I don't know. It's either bugs or fireworks. It's always something. My thin old windows that don't block out the noise at all. Bugs and airplanes and fireworks. Spiny flower mantis says, I'm going to doodle Mordecai's now. Zippy's a damn challenge. Oh, were you drawing Zippy? Working on that comic you were talking about doing. Andy says, how was your time at SDCC this year? It was good. It was, lots of people came by and had a lot of good conversations with readers and other people who make comics and things. And I didn't get to any panels or anything like that. I was pretty well confined to the booth because it was pretty steadily busy. And I just wanted to get the drawings that I was promising done, so I didn't do a lot of exploring, but that's okay. I had a good time. Ate a lot of good dinners there. Of course, the whole gas lamp district is extremely crowded. As soon as the convention center lets out, everybody rushes over to eat meals, and so it sometimes requires you to walk like 10 or 12 blocks to get to a restaurant that's not bursting at the seams with patrons. But I don't think we had any bad meals there or anything. It was really good. Of course, all the cosplay and stuff is fun to watch. Chiggers are the worst. Yeah, chiggers suck. I don't know how we got on the topic of chiggers, but I saw someone mention it. Chiggers are terrible, and so are ticks. I think it's the Lone Star ticks that we have out here that I've occasionally been bombarded with those, just being out in the woods for short periods of time. And the mosquitoes are pretty awful out here too. Bill the Artist says, CC reminds me, how do you print your artwork? Professional printers are at home. Are you asking me or talking to someone else? I guess you're asking me. Yeah, if you guys don't mind, if you can put a at Tracy or just use the word Tracy in front if you're asking me a question. That makes it easier for me to find your questions. I don't print my art at home. I actually hand it off to my publisher and let them worry about it. They have printers that they work with that they've established business relationships with that do the printing of prints and things like that, and books and such. So that's one reason. One of the, I mean, these days you can certainly do that sort of thing on your own now. It's much more feasible with crowdsourcing and stuff to be self-sustaining, self-published author, creator. But the benefit of having a publisher is that it leaves you, I mean, that's just almost like a full-time job in its own. You have to worry about all your printing and all your shipping and things like that, taking orders. Leaves me with more time to work on art, to have a publisher who's worrying about those things for me. If you need to know for, like, I don't know, if you're trying to have things printed, I can check with my publisher and find out who they're working with right now. Ragark says, do you have most of the story already plotted regarding what events are going to happen, or do you kind of go from one chapter to a chapter and make adjustments as you go? How do you feel about killing characters? Okay, so first part of that, do you have most of the story already plotted? Yes, I do. And that is so that I can keep moving in a direction and not just meander around, even though it may seem sometimes like the comic is just meandering along. It has everything that's happening has a purpose. So I think it's good to do that, but to have a plan. But that doesn't mean that you need to plan everything out in like excruciating detail before you actually approach it from like the standpoint of doing the art and the actual dialogue writing. I have things planned out in like gradient level of detail from the stuff that's closest to being like the stuff that's like on deck in terms of what I'm going to start drawing next and stuff. I have planned out in more detail, and then as it like gets off into the distant, further volumes, it's in outline form only, and then I will probably, once I start approaching, getting close to the point where I need to start drawing it, I'll start fleshing it out further, doing actual dialogue writing, figure out like if I need to rearrange parts of it and stuff like that, and put things in different order so that they're more effective, or just so that the story itself has more coherence or whatever. And the other part of that question, how do I feel about killing characters? I don't know, mixed feelings. There's something like you don't want to do it because it comes to be like someone who's separate from you, who you know, and so like killing them feels bad in that way, and you don't have to you almost have to grieve them, sort of, but because if you're drawing them a lot and then suddenly you're not drawing them anymore because you don't have any reason to, because they're gone, that can be kind of sad. But I mean, there's also something weirdly satisfying from the storytelling standpoint about it too. I don't know, maybe that's why George R.R. Martin does it so much. I don't know, maybe it's a power trip thing. I don't really know. Maybe it's just the It's such a powerful and finite, like final, like resolution to certain storytelling plot points or whatever that, I don't know, it's sort of cathartic, I guess. Just kind of put that final, like, final finality on it. To be redundant. Bill the Artist says, who is your publisher? Fourth Dimension Entertainment. 4DE.com if you want to look them up. Okay. See you later, Onai. Sorry I had to leave, and sorry this started so late for you. Thanks for coming. Clara says, I have a story for you. So one of my friends loves Lack Daisy, has been reading since 2010. I gave her a Rocky poster for her birthday, and she took it, went to her bedroom, took down the picture of Jesus above her bed, hung the poster in its place, and started flat out crying because of how happy she was. Okay. Are you sure she wasn't crying because now Rocky is staring at her while she sleeps? Sort of like having a cactus friend. Okay, now she doesn't have super creepy, badly painted Jesus above her. Okay, well, there's that, I guess. So that's interesting. I'm glad she liked it that much. I'm very honored. Ragark says, I mean, for example, you created the pig farmers and they got popped afterwards, just part of the story, but did you know that you were creating them with that destiny in mind? Yeah, I mean, it's always kind of like when you're, yeah, you know, I mean, you're, I try to give, I cringe at my old character writing. I think it was actually pretty terrible, and I could have done a lot more with those pig farmer characters, and instead of making them like these terrible, like, stereotypes. But I like to try to, even if the character's like, you know, they're cannon fodder, to try to make them a full-fledged character anyway. It just makes it all the more satisfying, I think, when you kill them. But yeah, it's a little, I mean, when you know they're not gonna last very long, and you're basically going to kill them off. It doesn't have quite as much impact on me as a creator, that, you know, because they were kind of like designed for that purpose, and kind of a cruddy way to look at it, but I don't know. Part of the low down, gritty part of writing, I guess, is that sometimes you just you just know what's going to happen to this character for plot convenience. Sailor X2 says, how long is the story going to go? Like, will it make it to the 30s? The plan is for it to, there's going to be a bit of a time skip, and so it might eke into 1929, but not into the 30s. Feynman says, first time dropping by the stream, but always loved your work, Tracy. Oh, thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. Ragark says, well, in a mobster world, no one lives long enough, but I'm dying to see Mordecai perform his best Houdini reenactment to escape the voodoo spider web he got himself into. I hope the next comic update isn't too disappointing for you in that case. See you later, Minnie. Thanks for coming by. Andy says, I guess it's hard to kill a character because if you have a great idea for them later, it's kind of a bummer you can't do it. Yeah. Because you can always use them in a flashback or something, or make a side comic about their past or something like that. But yeah, it's, you get attached to them though, you know. The people who live in your head. You don't want to, like, write them off so abruptly. Or with such finality. But sometimes you just have to do it. Taka the Squirrel says, I love seeing Freckle back in crazy action. Crazy Piano Man says, I miss Crazy Freckle too. Yeah, Volume 3 will have some... Volume 3 in general is a more action-packed, action-oriented part of the story, so I'm kind of looking forward. There's a lot of stuff in there that I've been looking forward to doing for a long time, so hopefully that will turn out to be a really fun one. Volume 2 was, not that Volume 2 didn't have its fun parts too, for me anyway, to draw, but you're right, but a lot of it's, you know, set up and a lot of flashbacks that hopefully weren't too cumbersome. Try to put all the pieces in place for more fast-paced things happening in Volume 3. Some big changes. Garrick says, I have a feeling you are just going to change the scene to Wick's office looking for his missing check or something. In that case, I shall die. No, I've still got a little bit left to wrap this chapter up, but yeah, I guess I won't say anything more about it than that, though. And I hope it doesn't disappoint, but I can never tell. It's always one of the things you worry about as a, like, I don't know. Like, even if there's some kind of payoff later for something, you feel like if it isn't, like, satisfying in the moment, you always worry that you're gonna lose the interest of readers or something. Sailor says, do you prefer to draw the more urban scenes or the wide open Midwest? I tend to prefer drawing natural landscapes. I like drawing organic things, trees and rolling hillsides and such. Drawing in perspective is something that just does not, just never feels quite natural to me, and I always struggle with it a bit, even though it seems, I don't know, I should be a lot better at it now than I am, but I've been trying real hard lately to get it right. Sometimes I have to build 3D models. I have to go into 3D Studio Max and actually build a model so I can wrap my head around what the heck I'm trying to draw. So I'll draw guidelines all over the place and sketch out my thing, and this still does not look right, and I just can't put a finger on why. It's a terrible deficiency of mine. But I mean, as I've done it more, I start to enjoy it more. I think I feel more comfortable drawing vehicles and things than I ever did before, since I've started the comic, and I think I've been trying to introduce some more interesting perspective angles and stuff, some slightly more cinematic looking things and of that nature, that to give it, I mean, I have also have a bad tendency to resort to the straight on approach to drawing comic panels and stuff. And a lot of that is because I was I do a lot of characters breaking outside of the panel sort of thing. So the tendency is for me to want to keep doing that, but then I sacrifice a lot of the cinematic composition that I could otherwise use if I didn't do that. So see you later, Bill. Nice having you. Bye. Anyway, yeah. To answer your question more succinctly, I like drawing the countryside and the natural environments more, trees and fields and grass and natural landscapes, and but I have been trying to get better at urban stuff. Sometimes I'll look at other comic art and see the crazy detailed cityscapes they do, and just long to be able to do that, and so trying to get there. Matt says, if you had to kill off one of your characters, who would it be? Well, that's kind of asking that's more or less the which character is gonna die question, isn't it? I don't know. Whoever's death would make most contextual sense and would be the most effective from a storytelling standpoint. That's kind of a non-answer, sorry. I feel like I can't really answer that without giving myself away, so. No spoilers, sorry. It sucks because I'd love to talk about it, but just I can't. Sailor X2 says, I did find a town that's literally just a graveyard, grass, a tree, and some hillsides off in the distance. Oh yeah? Kind of a defunct town somewhere. That's interesting. There's a few of those out here. We have a conservation area that used to have like 3 different towns in it. They tore them down to make munitions and dynamite factories for World War II. And they were making things like, I don't know if it was, I guess it was Agent Orange or something during Vietnam War. And then we have a bunch of nuclear waste, radioactive waste dumped out here as well from the wars under a giant gravel pile. And they took all the surrounding towns that had been torn down and tore out all the factory buildings and things that they had replaced the towns with, and let the woods just kind of grow in there. And now it's all hiking trails and bike trails and things. So very pastoral and pretty, lovely views of the Missouri River from there, but a little bit eerie when you consider why it's all grown over with woods. And then there's, of course, where the towns were. We have, like, you can occasionally find the remains of, like, an old building foundation or, like, a little graveyard tucked away in the woods and overgrown with trees and things where the town was. And they didn't apparently didn't exhume any of the graves and move the bodies or anything, so they're all just still there, hidden in the woods. Harbrez says, how was San Diego Comic-Con? It was good. Busy, exhausting, but worthwhile, I think. It was good. Thanks for asking. Sold a lot of books. Did a lot of drawings for people. Got very little sleep. Didn't really get to have the rest of the convention experience, like the doing panels and things sort of stuff, but just didn't have time. But that's alright. Sailor X2 says, if you drive through the Midwest, it all looks the same. The Gothic literary genre needs to happen here more often. It's perfect Stepford Smilers, isolated locations, driving in a mental haze, and then you can't remember if you haven't driven through this part before. Billboards with creepy religious messages. Yeah. Yeah, we have that. I don't think the giant Jesus billboards are supposed to be comic, but they look like somebody just cursing along the highway. It's just the word Jesus in these giant letters. Not sure how to interpret that. Is it a religious message, or is it just... Forget Southern Gothic or the Lovecraftian Northeast. Yeah, Midwest has its own sort of horror character. I guess it's somewhere between Deliverance and Texas Chainsaw Massacre, maybe. I guess Texas Chainsaw Massacre would be Southwest, but yeah. Actually, It Follows. I think that took place in Detroit. So if you're looking for some Midwest horror, it definitely used the landscape to its to flavor the story a bit. And I thought it was actually one of the better horror films I've found in a while. So if anyone's looking for a good horror fare to watch, and I know I always am. Sailor X2 says, have you ever seen the trope page for Lackadaisy? Wild Mass Guessing is beautiful. You mean the TV tropes? I haven't looked at it in many years now, actually. I try to avoid doing things like that. Just tend to feed your own insecurity monster by doing that sort of thing. Don't Google yourself. That's the first rule of being a webcomic artist. Rule number 2 is don't read the comments. I break that rule, though. I do read the comments. I generally am appreciative of any feedback I get, but you have to develop a bit of a filter. Pick out the potentially useful information and weed out the chaff. Spiny Flower Mantis says, is Mordecai's entire family hard to draw, or am I just not skilled enough to capture such a douchebag-looking face as his? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you just have to invoke your inner douchebag in order to properly draw Mordecai and company. What do you want, Luca? Markiplier Husk says, your artwork looks amazing, especially the facial expressions. Keep up the good work. Thank you. That is an interesting screen name. No, I'm not calling you a douche. I'm not calling anyone but my own character a douche. Assuming you're talking to me. I was just saying, sometimes you have to get into the right state of mind to draw. Sometimes rendering expressions effectively requires some ability to invoke the mindset of the character a little bit, as if you were an actor. Like a method actor or something. Oh, hush, okay. Spiny Flower Manta says, do you channel your inner douche when you draw Mordecai? I probably do, yes. I'd say I draw upon my own social anxieties and neuroticisms. Just sometimes to get the look on his face right when he accidentally stumbles into a party. Sometimes it's just easier to figure out how that character would act in such a situation when you would feel similarly about accidentally inviting yourself to a party. Why does your spine hurt? So, oh, you had a run-in with a roller coaster. Well, that's not good. Hope your back feels better soon. Ragark says, "Is this a reward sketch or just new artwork? Pick up Calvin." It's one of the reward drawings. Someone asked for a full-on angry gangster freckle drawing. I'm happy to oblige. Insomnicon says, "Neat. How do the reward drawings work?" For $20 and $50 Patreon patrons, I do, at their request, I do drawings of gangster cats for them. So if you are a $20 patron or a $50 patron, you can just message me or leave a comment in the activity feed. Tell me what you want drawing of, and assuming it's within my boundaries, and I'll do pin-up-y stuff, but I'm not doing anything that's outside of like a PG-13 sort of thing. But then generally I'm happy to draw it for you. one of the reward perks that I try to offer to, or that I do offer to try to keep patrons feeling like they're being, like their patronage is worthwhile. Oh yeah, sorry if I hadn't told you or it hadn't been communicated to you how you get your drawing, and you are actually a $20 or $50 patron. Just send me a message, and if you have trouble, sometimes Patreon's a little weird about letting you send messages if you haven't received one already from me. In which case, just leave a comment in the activity feed, and I will see it and let you know that I got it. And add you to the queue if you want a drawing. Matt says, how long did the second panel in the latest comic take? It's pretty intense. Many hours. I had limited time to work on it because I decided just about last minute that I had different art in there, and if you actually look at my Patreon activity feed, you can see the throwaways art. That thing at the top was actually originally there, and I didn't think it quite worked. It didn't convey what I wanted to. I felt it was redundant with the Bayou artwork that had appeared previously in that same chapter, and it just didn't really fit Mordecai as like kind of that, I don't know, bit of desolation that I was attempting to portray there. And so I figured the equivalent of the bayou to him would be not being lost in the woods, but being lost in like more of an urban jungle. So I figured an alleyway would be a better thing to put there, and I of course decided that about July 28th. And so I spent, so I started working out what I might replace it with, and then I just kind of dug my heels in and got it done in about, I would say, probably 20 to 24 hours. That I spent just working that one out. I felt like it was a much more appropriate piece of art for that. That's kind of the nature of things. Sometimes you decide I have that problem, especially if I'm doing like art in advance and building a buffer, that by the time I actually get to the part where I'm supposed to post the artwork, I hate it, or I hate aspects of it, and I'll want to rework a bunch of it. So, yeah. Oh, it was definitely one of the more complicated panels I've done lately. Like I said before, doing the more natural stuff, like painting the bayou and things like that, is like relaxing for me and fun. But doing like the heavy duty perspective work is a lot trickier for me. Especially with camera angles that aren't so straightforward, as I tend to fall back on the really lame and simple camera angles, and I need to break away from doing that, so I'm trying to do that. And that panel was good practice. I think it was a step up for me in terms of like what I can do. Yeah, the bayou, the shadows of the trees that are actually from the original panel that was there. Kind of like, it's like, well, how can I kind of like tie those things together? And I've already got this art that I did, so maybe I can use those. And so I kind of turned them into shadows and laid them against the buildings to kind of tie the idea of the being lost in the bayou or being lost in the city together. Oh, the second panel of Magok says, talking about the second panel of Keepsake, that in my opinion is the sweetest face you've given Mordecai so far. Do you mean like the second tier of panels there, where he's just kind of looking off to the side pensively? It's a pretty, it's supposed to look like his version of pensive, I guess. Pretty neutral face, but overall. He's not inclined toward emoting much beyond anger and frustration most of the time, so. Sometimes it's almost a little challenging to get him to not look like something that's somewhere between vaguely annoyed and extremely frustrated, irate. Or confused. Yeah, I guess there is one in the Expressionist tutorial where he's kind of smiling smugly. Glib little smile. Because he got his way with something, I'm sure. Won an argument with Victor or something. Or at least he thinks he did. He'd be a great customer service representative, says Focadet. Oh, yeah, no, that would be terrible. I guess that's the point of what you're saying, though. He'd be, he would really not do well in customer relations. Better off working in, like, a underground archive or something where he wouldn't have to deal with other people on a daily basis or on any basis whatsoever. He'd be pleased with that, and probably be better for the general population as well. Spiny Flower Mantis says, I have that problem with one of my characters, so instead I make the other characters point it out to piss them off. Wow, which problem? Sorry, I think I lost track of my own conversation here. This drum magazine. I had trouble drawing circular shapes today, I guess. Kind of in an awkward position. Circles are sometimes difficult, yes. That is Gigi climbing up the back of my chair right now. Don't know why she's doing that. What are you doing? Oh, yeah. Resting bitch face. Mordecai is resting bitch face, that's for sure. Do I imagine him as a Walmart greeter? No, I can't even picture it. That would not last 10 minutes. A babysitter. Just go through all the jobs that he shouldn't have. Be a shorter list to go through the jobs that he would be suited for, but yeah, no, he'd be a terrible, terrible babysitter. I wouldn't leave my kids with Mordecai. Mordecai and Victor babysitting enterprises. Oh god, it's the book series I always wanted from when I was 13 years old. Alternative to the Babysitters Club. Kiki Glover says, what was Mordecai like with his siblings as a child? Depends on which sibling. With his elder sister, she's not his elder sister, she's the oldest of his sisters. They did not get along. Probably too similar, actually, in personality to like each other very much. They were more rivals than companions, but I would say he had a certain tender spot for Rose. She's more like I guess, more of a opposite personality to his own, so maybe that made it easier to abide her in some ways. The most counterintuitive way, I guess. I actually have a mini comic, mostly penciled, that I was thinking of maybe posting next month, between chapter breaks for the comic, that include Rose, but I don't know if it's just too much Mordecai altogether. If I'm going to post a mini comic, it should probably be some other character that I haven't been focusing on in the canon comics, so for so long, so I don't know. But that would, if and when I do post that comic, it should hopefully shed some light on the nature of his relationship with Rose, at least. Did they all live? Well, one of the Rose and Esther are living in the comics timeline, but he has one sister who didn't make it past infancy. Child mortality was certainly a much bigger problem in the around the turn of the century than the last century than it is nowadays. So. Sounds like a punk rock band. Too much Mordecai. Yes, it does. Yeah, as this chapter wraps up, I will, and before Volume 2 is out, I will get back to some of the other characters, which will be nice, but if only briefly, because Volume 2 is pretty close to being done. Rygark says, back to Drago and Zib love story. There, I said it. Zib and Mordecai would make lovely triangle children. They'd be very angular kids, yeah. Rygark says, would Drago be like Elliot Ness in this story? Similar vein, in that he's working for the government as a revenuer. But you'll have to wait and see what his deal is. Backlight says, Victor and Mordecai in a buddy cop movie. Yeah, it's basically what they were anyway, only they were the opposite of cops. They were buddy gangsters, I guess. Well, arguable that they were buddies, but... Rygark says, just kidding though, I think I read somewhere in the forums that it was stated all characters are straight. No? I don't think I remember seeing that. Although I might have said something along the lines of it doesn't really, that in a lot of cases their orientation doesn't really factor in very much, because in the end it's, I mean, there are some romantic or quasi-romantic relationships among them, but it doesn't, like, the romance angle doesn't factor in, not in the traditional sense, quite as much. I like to explore lots of different kinds of character relationships, but sometimes when I'm like watching movies or TV shows or something, the romances are like the least interesting. There's so many other types of relationships characters can have that you can. Spiny Flower Mantis says, isn't Seraphine mainly into girls? Yes. Ragark says, well, of course, but apart from Mordecai and Zib, there are no clear implications in the comic belief. Yeah, not very many clear implications. I'm not even sure that the implications in the, aside from like answering Tumblr asks and things, or given more direct responses to those things that perhaps I shouldn't have given. Yeah, there's really not a lot in the comic that reveals any of that. So, but that's because it's just not that pertinent to what's going on, at least in those cases, not at the time being. Yeah, I'm not trying to like crap on romance or anything like that as a genre or as a theme in different stories, different media, but I think it's something that we default to too much without maybe just, I don't know, giving as much attention to other kinds of character interrelationships that can be fulfilling or very interesting things to explore. Well, it seems like it just gets like shoehorned in even where it doesn't belong often too, just because, I don't know, there's almost like this fear in like Hollywood filmmaking or something that if there isn't a romance line, then girls won't like it, or some stupid nonsense like that. Like, to get the female audience, we need to have a romance, and so we'll just stick one in here even though it doesn't need to be here, or doesn't fit, or... And that's kind of insulting too, that like one half of the population can't find a reason to enjoy a movie that doesn't include swooning over the hot guy or whatever. Yeah, they certainly stuck some unnecessary romance into the Hobbit. Of course, the entire like 3-movie stretch of that thing was completely unnecessary. Take like this sort of like simple story, this kind of a romp through Middle Earth, and expand it into this 3-movie epic drama. It was just silly all the way through. I hadn't even watched the third movie until it came out on HBO recently, and I watched about maybe an hour of it, and I had to turn it off because it was just too stupid. I just couldn't take it. Might be my unpopular opinion about it, but yeah. Focadat says it was boring. Yeah, I can. Yeah, it. All the first two films were boring to me too. It's like there was nothing to hinge on. The dwarf characters, aside from Thorin maybe, and like I don't know, they just had so few. They were like these one-dimensional, goofy characters who were almost indistinguishable from each other, aside from maybe like the one who wore a goofy hat and the one who had a big red beard, who was obviously Gimli's forebearer. But it was like, there's just no distinguishing characteristics among them. They're all kind of just cartoon characters, basically, and I don't really feel anything about their plight, or, you know, it was just like, I don't know, there was no... And the sense of, like, what was happening in the world was pretty convoluted, and so there was nothing to really, like, become emotionally attached to in terms of, like, there was no stake in the plot for the audience. I thought it was just like, yeah, things are happening and they're visually impressive, but other than that, it's just, it doesn't matter how pretty it is visually. If it's boring on the level of engagement, audience engagement, then I think it fails pretty hard. Ragark says, well, now that I think about it, the only characters that have no established preferences, referring to interactions to opposite sex, old relationships, being married and such, are Nico, Seraphine, Mordecai, Dom, just mentioning. Yeah, there's that, but I mean, you also have to take into consideration that even having been married or something like that I'm not talking about any specific character of mine or anything like that, but being married isn't necessarily an indication that you are heterosexual or something, especially in the 20s, when it was certainly less acceptable to be openly homosexual or bisexual or something. Then you would still, a lot of people would just, like they do today, just follow the social norms and marry or something, despite being despite not necessarily being attracted to that that gender. So yes, you're right about that, but it's not necessarily an indication of anything to... Vaporeon is considered Chinese, or is he just interested in the art stuffs? I think the aesthetic of in the 1920s, a lot of the Art Deco movement was there was a lot of like Eastern style arts worked into that. Chinese, Japanese, Arabic, Persian styles, very Arabesque stuff was all very popular, and so I think he's just like, I don't know, he seems to like the aesthetic, but he's actually Polish, of Polish descent. He's a American, but his family is from Poland, so. Focadat says, I know this probably doesn't factor into the story, but is the lack of verse devoid of racial divides? That's a tricky one to answer because I've left out any real visual indicators on like the character designs of what race they are, and so a lot of like the racial stuff wouldn't make a heck of a lot of sense visually speaking in the comic, but it's hard to really separate like the 1920s from the extremely racist society that it was at the time. There was a heck of a lot of the whole the KKK was seeing a surge in membership at the time, and certainly segregation was in full swing in southern states. Even in northern states, a lot of like schools and things were still segregated, and things like what's the word I'm looking for? Eugenics was a popular topic of discussion at the time as kind of like a, I don't know, the Nordic race, so to speak, people believing that was like the superior race, and people taking ideas about evolution and contorting them into extremely racist creeds and things. It was pretty ugly. But it just is something that I've chosen not for the purpose of this comic. It's a much more, I don't know, it's not necessarily about these larger social movements so much as it is about more intimate character interactions where like the racial thing, it's like, I don't know, picking your battles, so to speak. I'm certainly not trying to like minimize it or write it out of the comic or anything like that, or write it out of history or something, or gloss over it. It's just that when it comes to writing about something that's such a hugely broad historical topic, you kind of have to just pick which things you're going to focus on and which you're not. And for the purposes of this thing, where it's like, I feel like it's kind of zoomed in a little bit more on like the individual characters and their individual circumstances, and it's not so much a commentary on like society or something like that. It's got some like broader themes in it, like guilt and ideas of like kind of wacky ideas of what good and evil are, and where they kind of cross lines. I don't know, it's it's difficult to articulate what I'm trying to say, but I think if I was going to tell a story that involved those things, I would have found some way to draw the characters such that like it would have been more obvious that that racial divides would exist or something like that. But I would say that yes, outside of like the story I'm telling, I think like those things are a thing, but it's because like, I don't know, like I say, the characters aren't so literally feline. That it kind of, I don't know, for the purposes of zeroing in on them and their interactions and their very specific situations, the difference between them being black or white or what have you isn't all that pertinent right now, so. Ragark says, how would racial traits translate into Lackadaisy-verse? If we look at the human versions of characters, it tells you how they are seen by others. I wonder if a particular breed of cat would represent Asians, Africans, natives. Nope, they're all just clusters of felines. I don't think there's really any way. Like, you can maybe tell where they're from a little bit by the way they speak. Like, the Cajun accents are pretty prominent, but, I mean, even then you wouldn't be able to tell if the character's black or white or part Creole or part whatever. There isn't a visual indicator for it, the way the characters are designed, because it's not that relevant to the way the sort of story I'm trying to tell. Because things like I don't know, like the hotel where there were a lot of hotels that were that didn't allow Jewish people into them or wouldn't allow black people into them. They were like white only sort of establishments, which is really terrible and awful that we have that in our history, but we do. And so yeah, it really doesn't. There were some kind of ironically, the whole illegal underground that existed in the 20s was where a lot of the mingling was taking place, where black bands would come and play music for white audiences. Certainly it was still very segregated, but at least it was, I don't know, it was a place where it was beginning to be acceptable for races to mix together in a public, albeit underground way. And even women were not welcome in the saloon scene before Prohibition, and it was really when Prohibition began that you would see women in drinking establishments. They were, of course, blind pigs and speakeasies, but suddenly women being out and about and not chaperoned and drinking openly and stuff was acceptable. It was a much more liberal time than the Victorian and Edwardian periods before. Been neglecting the art a little bit here. Rambling. Sorry if my attempts to explain myself are fairly incoherent. Yeah, he's Polish. Syba's Polish. Of Polish descent, anyway. But again, I mean, picture them how you want. It's part of the fun of drawing them as cats is that you can kind of like, I don't know. I do draw them as people too, but that's less of an official, like, this is the official character appearance sort of thing. It's more just having fun with kind of translating them a little bit, but I don't know. You're free to interpret them as you like. It leaves a little bit of room for interpretation when they're caricaturized as cats, and I think that's part of the fun of it. The fun of doing something like that. You can kind of decide for yourself what kind of person these features represent. Ragark says, and Usagi Yojimbo is a samurai bunny that appears in the TMNT show. Yeah, well, it's actually its own comic. It has been for quite some time. I think it might actually predate the Ninja Turtles comic, or have a similar start date. Yeah, it's a comic by Stan Sakai that dates back to the early 90s. I mean, early 80s. Ragark says, Tracy, have you ever watched the SWAT Cats? It was on when I was a kid, but wasn't one that I was terribly interested in for some reason. I did watch Ninja Turtles as a kid, but SWAT Cats seemed like, I don't know. Maybe riding on the coattails of the Ninja Turtles or something. And I never really took much interest in it, even though it was cats for some reason. I know a lot of people who grew up in the same time period loved that show, but it was just one I never really got into. Are they still gonna call it the Radical Squadron? Yeah. Evil Industrialist says they're running out of 80s cartoons to do scary CG movies of. Yeah. Well, they'll just reboot them, that's all. And then we'll just keep making the same things over and over again forever and ever. I think didn't they do a Yogi Bear CG? I think they did. I've already done tons of Scooby-Doo. They'll probably reboot that at some point. Yeah, pretty sure they did, and it went mostly unnoticed because it was probably really terrible. Like the Rocky and Bullwinkle movie. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. I think there's even been some talk of like revisiting Howard the Duck again or something, which is Fish Police. Thundercats has been rebooted. I don't think they did a movie, but they did a new cartoon show, didn't they? They haven't gotten back to He-Man yet. They did that, like, that movie in the 80s, and no one's touched it since, to my knowledge. Which is actually kind of surprising. Speaking of Beetlejuice, they're doing a sequel to that too. I used to go to the movies all the time, and I stopped. I gave up. Cronenberg should do the He-Man reboot. Okay, I might watch that. Oh god, with the body horror. Insane 776 says, I heard the Dark Tower is getting a movie. Yeah, that's been in the like pre-planning phases for years and years now, but I don't know, I guess Stephen King has been very choosy about who's allowed to make that movie, so I guess it's been given the green light now. Matt says, have you ever read Bittersweet Candy Bowl? I'm just curious, as it's another webcomic with cats in it that I read. I have not read that. People keep telling me about it, and I have been meaning to read it, but I haven't gotten to it yet. Looks like it has a very, very extensive archive, so I haven't delved into it yet. Evil Industrialist says, another Stephen King adaptation. It's just what Riff Tracks needs. Yeah. Stephen King fare can sometimes be delightfully awful in movie form. King Kong is getting a prequel, I think. Really? I'm surprised, because didn't Peter Jackson lose a ton of money on that film back in, was it like 2005 or 6? Ragark says they should just give you a truckload of money and bring Lackadaisy to Hollywood, but if anyone dares even suggest a change on style or story, I'll hang them from the tallest tree. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think Hollywood works that way. I don't think they have much interest in something like this. That's probably for the better. Melissa M764 says, you're really good. How often do you stream? Well, thank you. That's very kind. Usually once or twice a month. Not terribly often, but often as I can.
was just a matter of time before this conversation veered toward Tommy Wiseau. Sometimes the chat is more interesting without my participation, so you guys are entertaining. Kiki Glover says Tracy was Mitzi with Zib when Atlas began pursuing her. It's kind of a nebulous thing because they were very off and on and sometimes just casually involved without any kind of like pretense that they were committed to each other in any particularly long-term way. So kinda yes and no. It wasn't really delineated, and that was probably part of the problem. And why Atlas had an inroad there. Insane776 so it says, so friends with benefits is the most accurate way to describe Zib and Mitzi. Yeah, I would say at intervals it was more than that, and it was definitely more resembled an actual relationship of some kind, and then at other points they kind of just drifted in and out of that, so. Resident says, my fiance's mother found 2 tiny baby kittens abandoned in a tree hollow and took them in, and I have been helping her to feed them every few hours. Oh, wow. Well, I'm glad they're being taken care of. How old are they, do you know? Are their eyes open, or are they, or are they still on milk? Oh, wow. They're itty-bitty babies, then. Well, it's definitely good that someone's taking care of them. They wouldn't survive out there on their own. Kiki Glover says, does Nina have any speculation about Calvin's psychotic trigger happy nature? Well, say she knows he has a somewhat explosive temper, but she has not seen the extent of the full extent of it that Rocky has been witness to. Oh wow, just a few days old, okay. Have they been to the vet yet? They're so fragile at that age. It's very, very good of you to, you and your fiance's mother to be taking care of them, though. I know it's a lot of work when they're that little. Oh, good, good. You guys planning on keeping them, or are you gonna put them up for adoption once they're, once they're weaned off milk? T'Challa. Kiki says, does Calvin actually have any feelings for Ivy? Does he have any interest in pursuing the relationship with her, or is he just her new boy toy? It was kind of a you'll have to wait and see question, but takes Calvin a little while to figure out what he's actually feeling about anything, because he's often very very subdued by the larger personalities, the more assertive personalities that surround him. So he figures things out in his own time, but seems that everybody else wants to make up his mind for him, like Rocky in particular, but Nina as well, and now Ivy's onto him, so. Good night, Focadat. Thanks for joining us. Spiny Flower Mantis says flight. Yeah, I'm flying home to Massachusetts for the weekend to just to see my family for a couple days. I usually only see them once a year, but this year I'm gonna squeeze in a second visit, so. Kiki says, what does Ivy and Missy's relationship look like? Sort of mother-daughter, or maybe older sister, younger sister. Yeah, more of a older sister, younger sister sort of thing, or I don't know, Mitzi I suppose views Ivy as a sort of a niece-like figure, I think. I don't think she wants to impede her fun, but she's probably not too keen on the idea of her participating so avidly and and so eagerly in the actual liquor trade, as she has recently got herself involved. Kiki says, who on the cast would qualify as an alcoholic? Shorter answer is it would be who would. Wick definitely would. Probably Mitzi too. Probably Zib. Although he varies his chemicals of choice a bit. Virgil, yeah. Kiki says, does Rocky drink? No, he had some bad experiences with alcohol, and so no, he does not. Does not make a habit of it. He doesn't want a repeat of things that happened before. Mordecai claims that he doesn't drink. We know that he has at least done so once or twice before, with regrettable results. Yeah, Rocky might just be a sad drinker. He wouldn't be any fun. He'd much prefer being drunk on syrupy substances. Rat says Rocky strikes me as a climber, tables, ledges, whatever. That's when he's sober. Feeling poetic. He swashbuckles. If that could be if that could be used as a verb. Ragark says, serious question, given that Mordecai has a bullet in his brain somewhere, does he suffer from migraines sometimes? No, he doesn't seem to suffer migraines, but again, that's Bobby's story. That's some hearsay, so we'll find out more about that later. climbs up on things, says something triumphant and poetic, and then jumps back down again, smiling smugly. If he doesn't fall off first. Kiki says, speaking of Bobby, is Elsa satisfied in her marriage? Well, that's something you might find out a little bit about in the comic too. I think in Bobby she finds somebody who keeps her sane, because his outlook on life is quite a bit more his outlook on both life and death are quite a bit more upbeat than hers are, so I think she kind of needs him to, she kind of needs the moral support. Spiny flower mantises. Mordecai becomes a meme lover when drunk. It's canon. Okay. I guess I'll have to take your word for it. Is Victor single-handedly responsible for the destruction of all of Ivy's exes, or does he have teams of men working for him? Nah, he's pretty resourceful on his own. As a saboteur. Evil Industrialist says, I keep wanting to try 1980s Patrick Bateman-esque Mordecai. He really likes Huey Lewis in the news. Resident, yes, I do recall you mentioning the robot knee Victor. Gonna have to hold you to that one. Although, you get a reprieve for taking care of little baby kittens. That's time consuming stuff. And much more important than robot knee Victor. Do you have to work tomorrow, Ragark? Don't render yourself non-functional for the sake of a goofy live stream. Can't have you cutting any fingers off or catching on fire or anything while you're at work. Oh no. Insane says, so did Calvin develop violent tendencies only as an adult, or have they always been since he was a boy? I think they've been sort of fostered in the background, so that he has these, he's so caged in by the more domineering personalities around him, I think, that his only outlet is to lash out with extreme frustration every now and then. And it just happens to usually happen when he's feeling when he's particularly frustrated with Rocky, and if he happens to have a gun in his hand, that just exacerbates it. So I'd say it kind of gradually developed. And so as a little baby, he wasn't violent or anything. I wouldn't even say he tends towards, well, I guess it's kind of silly not to say that he doesn't tend towards violence considering what he's done, but I don't think he's a violent by nature individual, just has a bit of a situation, psychological situation that he's trapped in right now. Domineering doesn't mean like dominatrix or anything like that. Domineering meaning personalities that kind of outshine him. Don't really give him the opportunity to make up his own mind about anything. He's kind of always at somebody else's behest. So that when he does make attempts to do his own, steer his own ship, he accidentally self-sabotages because he has developed a bit of a temper problem. So. McFlurry. I don't know why I found that so funny. Kiki says, was Calvin put on some sort of watch list after his episode at the police academy? No, I don't think he didn't hurt anybody or anything like that. Just he was just perhaps a little overeager with the firearms there. So they thought twice about giving him a badge and sending him out with one of those. Although, who knows, in the way the police have been acting these days, maybe he would have fit right in. Why try to de-escalate a situation when you can just start shooting? Or when you have a tank that you don't really know how to use, but hey, you're gonna make a show of force anyway. Sorry, I don't want to get political. Let's not go there. I couldn't help myself. Reckerman says, I've been curious about Ivy's social curiosity. She's quite the busybody, wondering if growing up around folks working in secret gave her a natural curiosity for what secrets folks are hiding. Yes, she's pretty enamored with the whole thing. I think she maybe saw a certain facade or aspect of it as a child that made her think it had a, I don't know, there's something glamorous about it, but she's finding otherwise at the moment. And that is not quite so, it's not all just a big adventure. And there's some dark corners that she's discovering, but but curious certainly describes her. Yes, she's very curious about people. She's constantly asking questions of Freckle about Freckle, and asking questions of Rocky about Freckle, and asking questions about Victor. She seems to have a certain inclination for for interest in the quiet types. So she's determined to unearth their secrets. Kiki says, so was Rocky ever convicted of arson or any crime, or has he just barely avoided punishment? And he's never been convicted of anything. Never went to prison. Just so far he's gotten himself in trouble with people, but not in any officially lawful capacity. He's managed to avoid that somehow. But he's never been quite so involved in actual criminal activity until this point either. So he's done many types of jobs before and done them badly, but generally that's not against the law. So now that he's actually running bootleg liquor, that's a little bit of a different story. Yeah, sorry, Calvin was on my lap purring just a second ago. Sabine says, how long has Ivy been working at Lackadaisy, post-Atlas or before? She started working there when she began attending college, so she hasn't been there very long. She's so that's post-Atlas, but she had visited there many times before with her father, so she was previously familiar with the place and the people, and decided that she wanted to go to school in St. Louis specifically because it would give her access to this place that she's so curious about. Yeah, Ivy, I don't know. In another life, she'd have been like kind of this, I don't know, goofy Nancy Drew type character or something. I don't know. She'd have ended up being a private investigator or some goofy thing like that. Insane 776 says, friendly reminder that Rocky is responsible for the death of 3 people. Yeah, kind of, yeah. I mean, Freckle was more directly responsible, of course, but Certainly Rocky played his part. But again, if he could be convicted of anything, it would be trafficking liquor. And of course, property destruction, but wanton destruction of personal property. But considering that property also contained a still, the people who owned the property would have been in trouble too. So. But yeah, he's no innocent little. He's not innocent. People keep saying things about how bad they feel for him and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah. He's been a bad kitty. And he didn't really take her to the speakeasy. He was. Like, didn't take her, like, there to drink or anything like that, except maybe on special occasions, like New Year's or something, just for the novelty and the glamour. But as someone who was doing a lot of business with Atlas, Ruby took Ivy along, and often at her own insistence. The speakeasy itself, I would say, is kind of part of the mysterious part for her that she wanted to get into. So. Resident says, I don't know if you ever played tabletop RPGs or anything, but I ended up playing a character who was basically Rocky. Oh, the chat's jumping faster than I can read. Including the spontaneous fires. And I pretty much got my entire party killed. Lesson learned, never roleplay Rocky. Yeah, that sounds like a realistic outcome. I used to play tabletop games. I haven't done that in a long time, not since I was a teenager. Yeah, I mean, all the characters are, at best, I would say, morally ambiguous, and at worst, terrible, terrible people. But I don't know, that's part of the fun of writing for them, I guess. Just, it's being a terrible person doesn't mean you aren't interesting. So, with an interesting story to unfold, so. But yeah, perhaps don't lose sight of the fact that they're not nice people. Yeah, I suppose drawing them as cats, their deeds are somewhat more forgivable. This is just the sort of behavior we've come to expect from cats, right? Crazy Piano Man says, I can see you as a bard, like a Tracy. Oh, okay. I used to play D&D with all my cousins. We were all nerds. Big nerds. But, we had fun. I usually played a ranger. I'm not sure why exactly. Thank you, Markiplier Hush, for the comments. The Voiceless says, did you know Vin Diesel plays D&D? I did not know that. Interesting. Good night, Ragar. Get some sleep. Hope you aren't too comatose tomorrow for your demanding job, but thanks for joining us. The Voiceless says, have you seen Rick and Morty? I have not. I've had it recommended to me very frequently by... Even my publisher tells me to watch it. I haven't yet, though. I'm very behind on pretty much everything that's on TV lately, so... The only thing I kept up with this year was Game of Thrones, and then I watched the second season of True Detective and regretted it, so... there's many cartoons I need to catch up on that I just haven't been watching lately, so... Only about 14 episodes. Okay, that sounds good. I'll see if I can stream it. Good night, Resident. Insane776 says, none a fan of GOT. Yeah, it's been pretty, it seemed like the two writer-directors, the two main guys there, I don't know, they like doubled down on the creepy sexual violence as soon as they got criticized for it last year, so nice going, guys. Guess pretty soon we won't have any female characters who don't have rape as their backstory. I've enjoyed it overall, but I do take issue with some of the aspects of the writing. Sabine says, "Is Freckles standing on a tilted coffin here?" No, it's not a coffin. It's the back of the pie truck, but I drew a little thumbnail drawing and included more of the truck in it, and then just cropped the rest of the truck out because it just wasn't necessary for the composition of the image. So it's the back of a truck. Spiny Flower Manta says, "Why so many shows and movies gotta sexualize women to death?" It's not so much that, it's like I don't know. It's the fact that sexual violence is so often a kind of punishment that only women seem to be dealt in these sort of things. And I mean, there's these people that'll argue that, oh, it's about this extremely patriarchal society and like a sort of Middle Ages type fantasy, and it's like, but yeah, the operative word here is fantasy. We can believe that there's dragons and people who return to life from sorcery and other wacky things like that, but you can't like you can't turn it down on like the sexual violence or something like that. It's just, I don't know. Instead, they just keep returning to it over and over again with certain characters, and it's just gratuitous and needless. Doesn't seem to move the plot forward in any way in a lot of cases, and just... And it's the kind of thing that just doesn't happen to male characters. I mean, both types of characters die in gruesome ways and things like that, granted, but it's just the women who seem to be the recipients of this certain type of story treatment. And so many writers just fall back on, like, I'm getting whiny and ranty. I don't know. I'll say this one last thing and then end it there. The fallback on, like, molestation and rape and other things like that for female character backstories. If you're trying to write a serious female character, like, so many writers will just fall back on that as the way to quote-unquote give them character development, and I just am so tired of it. It's like the lazy man's way to add character development to a female character in a serious situation these days. It's just really quite annoying. But anyway, I'm gonna shut my face now. Drew Tales, hello, well, welcome to the live stream then. Kiki Glover says, will Calvin turn into Mordecai? Oh, that's a good question. I guess you'll have to wait and see. Sabine says, not unless he gets really good at math, yeah. Yeah, well, there is that. Yeah, I suppose I can rant as much as I like, technically, but I don't want to. I don't want. I mean, this is supposed to be about art and comics and fun time, happy talk. I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable or get too political about it. There's enough politics everywhere else around us. We don't need to wallow in it. At least for a little while. Oh, recommend says, so is this one of the Patreon doodles or a comic panel? This is actually a reward drawing for a patron. I was thinking of doing some comic art in here, but I couldn't find any panels that I was working on at the time that wouldn't give away a bunch of what happens in the next update, so I didn't want to do that. So I figured I'd do a reward drawing instead. It's gotten a little more elaborate than I usually do for those, but that's the nature of the stuff I do. It tends to just get more complicated as it goes. So. Spiny Flower Manta says, I can't word anything tonight without sounding weird or rambly. Go me. That's how I feel about my own ability to speak this evening, or general lack thereof. Well, thank you. Recommend says, how do the reward drawings work exactly? It's not one per payment cycle, is it? That would be like hundreds of drawings. Yeah, it's not one per payment cycle. Technically, it's one each, but for patrons who stick around for for, you know, a few months, and they want another drawing, then they can certainly ask me for one, and I will happily oblige. Kiki Glover says, are we going to learn more about Atlas's personality, or are we just going to have to accept how mysterious he is? Well, you will learn more about him, but it's always through the perceptions of the other characters. So he doesn't really do any of his own talking, really. It's kind of always like, I mean, all that's left of him is the memories that the other characters have of him, and that's kind of part of the point, is that all that's revealed about him is through the experiences of somebody else, and never directly his own. Thoughts or feelings or what have you. So, because he's so many different things to so many other different characters, depending on who you ask, he's a villain, or a father figure, or a savior, or opportunistic businessman, or godfather, or best friend, or whatever. Kiki says, what colors is he? I can't seem to find a colored picture of him. He's kind of a brownish gray tabby, so kind of a brown, gray-brown, like French brown, with some cream highlights. I guess the trees are pretty Halloween-y, yeah. Very clever, very smart. Insane 776. Spiny Flower Mantis says, is Atlas Mordecai's Messiah? What do you think? Slushy sounds good. Evil Industrialist says, Tracy, do you find that the internet ever draws crazy people to you? Draws them to me? I don't know. I don't know that I'm the, I am not the arbiter of who's crazy and who's not. It certainly draws interesting people to me, or me to interesting people, I guess. My little world would be a much smaller place without the internet, that's for sure. I doubt I'd be doing art for a living. Of course, it brings with it lots of good and lots of bad too, but I'm happy to say that it's been mostly positive. And it's had a big positive impact on my life, I think. I never would have even known I was employable as an artist if it weren't for the internet. Yeah, my dark savior. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Taking first my innocence, then my taste, then my common sense. I feel so much better. Insane776 says, when I'm rich and famous, can you draw my portrait? Sure. Assuming you're talking to me, I don't really know. Being rich and famous isn't a requirement, though. My ability to spee. I too have forgotten how to spee. I can't tell if that was intentional or not, but it sure was funny. I think I'm just gonna leave this bizarre cackling in the video without explanation. You had to be there. Taco the Squirrel says, it's funny, Tracy, when I'm listening to your live streams and my mom hears it, she thinks I'm talking to myself. Because you and I apparently sound similar. Suppose you could just let her believe that to be the case. Always keep them guessing. Hello, Waffle Kitty. Welcome. Insane says, I've noticed that the comic's sepia tone has been slowly wearing away. Are you ever gonna just abandon it completely? I'm not sure I would say it's been wearing away. It's, I've certainly been adding new colors into the mix, but it's still a very sepia-based palette. For the flashbacks and dreams and things like that, there's opportunity to add more color in, but no, I think it'll remain mostly sepia with some color flourishes where it seems to make sense to me to do that. Yeah, I mean, after years of working in sepia, it's it's nice to be able to branch out a bit and start including some other colors. Hopefully, it doesn't change the spirit of the comic, but I'm glad to hear you guys are liking the colors. The Voiceless says, did you actually buy lackadaisy.com? Because I remember it going somewhere else. Yeah, it's mine now. The previous owners were squatting on it. They had some, like, one of those generic search sites up there for many years. And then they decided they didn't want it anymore, and they tried to sell it to me for an exorbitant price, and I said no. And then they tried to sell it to me at a slightly less ridiculous price, and I said no again. And then they put it up for auction, and I bought it at auction for significantly cheaper than what they were trying to sell it for. So yeah, if you search lackadaisy.com now, you should get my website. Okay, well, this stream has been going for many, many hours now. Actually, I think it's the longest one I've done, and my cats are telling me it's time for them to be fed, so I'm going to sign off for the evening here in a moment. Thank you, everybody, for joining in. I had a lot of fun talking to you guys, as usual. Yeah, Lackadaisy Cats as a URL wasn't ideal. It was just something I settled on because I couldn't find anything better. Couldn't find what I really wanted, which was Lackadaisy. So, but good things come to those who wait, I guess. Good night, guys. Thanks again. You've been awesome. I hope you had fun. Good night.